conference has been well coordinated. Mr. Per Christensen, we want to welcome you again today. And Mr. Baze, you come join us again today. And every distinguished guest here, we want to Mr. Ikeme Fula Godswill and Chauka, we want to thank you very much for the support. Engineer Dr. Benson Ajishagiri, you are also there. We can cite you. The ES. So without taking much time while we await the arrival of Mr. Governor, we just want to continue. And we will quickly want to invite Mr. Nick Tony Mawaneme for a presentation from Simon Moore's Masking Fabrics in Sunderberg, Denmark. They're here. So Mr. Nick, if you're in the house, with all due respect, we'll please want to welcome you to the microphone to have you present your presentation as we speak. Oh, Mr. Nick, a very good welcome. You were here yesterday, sir. Oh, we're so grateful. Please come on board, sir, as we want you to present your papers. You are most welcome. We thank you very much, Mr. Nick. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We have a PDF presentation, actually PowerPoint, and I think we have it ready. I would like to start by thanking the authorities here for the privilege of coming here to try to present what we do. And Saint Mamus, it's a Danish company based in Denmark, of course, in Sønderborg, the south part of Denmark. We are actually well known in sludge dewatering, sludge treatment. And the reason of being here is actually to try to share with you what we do, what we have as technology, the one we think that can be a plus to normally what you do here. If we can go to the next slide. So I will start by actually presenting who we are. Saint Mamus, it's a Danish company, as mentioned earlier, and we are actually well known in sludge treatment, sludge dewatering. We try to provide solutions in how we can actually handle the sludge. We have more than 50 years of experience actually in the dewatering process. And dewatering is actually our know-how, what we normally do. We supply our product to more or less 60 countries worldwide. As we are trying to get into the Nigerian market, we are also, today we have a partner here, local partner, which is actually OCL, Oando Clean Energy, that we have actually recently have an agreement how we can actually move forward together. If we go to the next slide. Generally speaking, when we talk about dewatering, what is happening with the dewatering process? We actually reduce the volume of sludge by almost 90%. What you can see there on the picture, it's showing what is happening normally. We have the sludge from the beginning, and we have during the treatment what is happening, and then at the end you can see the final result, which is the dewater sludge together with the reject water coming from it. We achieve the volume reduction by almost 90%, and for actually most of you, you know the BUD, CUD actually during the treatment process, it's also reduced by almost 90%. So let's say that we have 50%, 50 cubic of sludge from the beginning. After the treatment process, those 50% can get down to 50 cubic, can get down to 5 cubic after the treatment. So this picture is trying to show us what is happening normally during the treatment. If we go to the next one. Next slide, please. And then we have some advantage when we talk about sludge dewatering. As I mentioned it earlier, we want to share our experience with you, what Denmark or what Saint-Mamus has been doing for more than 50 years. And we believe that this can be something which can actually bring some value on what you are doing here down. We have today some experience with developing countries who are actually trying to work together with us using our system, because the system itself is actually bringing something new. You can see we achieve actually the impact on the landfill side is actually minimized, because as we heard yesterday, something very important was mentioned. There is, water is life, and sanitation is actually dignity. We have also heard yesterday that there is no big city without good sanitations. There is no big city without healthy people, and there is no healthy people without good sanitations. Because what is happening in general, sometimes in many countries in Africa, we have a big problem with treatment plant. Many countries are lacking treatment plant. And in many cases, you can see the sludge being discharged where it was not supposed to be. Yeah, and we fish from there, and it can be actually discharged into the water and into the forest. People get food from there. How can we do the things properly? That's what Saint-Mamu is trying to bring a solution here. How can we do the things in a different way? And that sludge which is being treated can be also, when we dewater the sludge can be treated furthermore so that it can be transformed as fertilizer. Try to imagine the amount of sludge being generated every day by each country. It's a lot. And maybe 80% of that sludge, we don't know where it's going. So that's the idea. That's where we are coming in, to try to see how we can do it properly, how we can control the liquid waste being generated. In Denmark, by law, you have to empty septic tank every year. It's compulsory. You have to do it every year. And that amount of sludge being emptied, it has to be treated. We got the privilege for some days ago to get the delegation from Nigeria. They came to Denmark. They could see what we do normally. How we can, from the septic sludge, how that sludge can be transformed on site, and it can be transformed as a fertilizer at the end. So the idea is to try to show how we can actually do it together. If we go to the next one. Here it's actually the illustrations of what we call the on-site dewatering system. This is actually meant for huge capacity of sludge. So, the amount of sludge to be treated, it's actually very huge. And this can take up to 200 cubic of sludge per day when you have to treat. And you can see this unit, it can work as a supplement to the treatment plant, or it can be itself a treatment plant. Because we are in the area where there is no treatment plant, so that solution is working itself as a reception center, as a treatment plant. You can see here, close to, on the picture there, you can see the unit. It's a dewatering container with a dosing unit, pumping the sludge, sending it, and separating the sludge from the water so that we can have the dewater sludge remain into the container. Close to the picture, close to the container there, you can see the treatment plant, normal treatment plant. But many of the cities, also big cities in Africa, they don't have treatment plant. There is no treatment plant because that network, that area where you have to receive the old sludge coming from household, we are lacking that system in those treatment plant here. So that's why this unit here, it comes to try to provide that solutions where we can have a platform. So instead of actually dumping the sludge into the sea or into the water, so the unit can take care of the sludge, we can control it. That's the idea behind. We go to the next one. Here, this is one example of a platform in one country where there is no treatment plant. And this is the government of Ivory Coast. This is a reception center where the trucks, vacuum trucks, have to come and discharge their contents. Because the unit, as you can see here, the container, white color, with the dosing unit, it's actually receiving sludge coming from vacuum trucks. But before having these solutions, they were actually dumping sludge into the water. And we got the chance to meet the government and to try to introduce the solutions. They came to Denmark, they have seen it, and then when they went home, there was no doubt. And then those units were actually delivered to them. If we can see the next slide, please. So here you can see some of the vacuum trucks coming. Initially, they were actually going to dump into the water. But after they have got these solutions, you can see this. Now we are controlling where the liquid waste is supposed to be discharged. And here you can see how the vacuum trucks are coming to discharge the contents in, so that our unit can take care of it. So it can start treating on site, so that the dewater sludge can be actually treated furthermore to be a fertilizer. That's the idea behind. So this one is a normal reception center. And the government was supposed to build a treatment plant. I think this unit, it cost maybe 100 times less than the normal treatment plant, because the treatment plant cost a lot of money to build. And this unit, as you can see, it's cheaper, easy to use, it doesn't take much more space. We can have it in different municipalities, place it there so it can take care of the sludge on site there, so that we have the control. If we go to the next one. Maybe you don't see it properly there. You can see on the picture, the first picture, it's showing what is happening to sludge. So we are injecting the flocculant polymer, which is actually separating the liquid from the solid. And on the right picture, you can see what's actually the result. So it's the water sludge itself at the end, which is easy to handle. Compare yourself when you have the liquid waste compared to the solid. When it's liquid, it's so difficult to handle. Now you can see how the process on the left side, it's actually flocculated sludge. So on the right side, you can see what's the final result. So it's become a dewater sludge, then which will be treated furthermore. If we go to the next. You have the reject water. That reject water, we have the BUD, CUD, which is actually reduced by almost 90% by the process itself. So when I'm talking about BUD, CUD, it's actually the contents of some of the things we found in the sludge. By actually doing the dewatering process itself, you achieve the reductions by almost 90% of the volume itself, actually heavy metals, and all those things, phosphor, and they are reduced, and you can see the quality of water. This water, let me be clear, this water is coming from sludge. So it was the septic sludge before, the one you can see on the picture there. In some of the area, it's quite difficult to see how people can use clean water for jetting. Because that water, like what we do in some of the country in Europe, that reject water can be reused for jetting. So the vacuum trucks, instead of using clean water, you can use that one for jetting, for the jetting pumps. Of course, it depends on each country. We have different regulations about the reject water, how it can be discharged into the nature. But you have country, then according to the local regulations, we can treat that water furthermore, so it can be discharged into the nature if we want. And that water also can be reused by vacuum trucks. You see some countries where there is a big problem with water, so the system can also generate the reject water for the vacuum trucks to use. If you go to the next one. So this is actually one of our products, the one we call lime mixer. It means we propose the whole package. When the sludge has been treated, the water, you have the solid waste, and then what do you do with the solid waste? So this is actually what we do, one of the solutions with the solid waste. When it's dewater, we can actually treat it furthermore with the lime mixer. This is our lime mixer equipment. And some of the countries today in Africa, they have got also this lime mixer. The dewater sludge coming from the process, it's actually being treated furthermore with this unit. Why the lime? Because when you use the lime, you achieve the pH of 12. By achieving that pH by 12, it means all bacteria and virus are killed. Especially today with the COVID situation, so many countries also in Europe, they have seen what Denmark has been doing for more than 50 years. In Denmark, people actually use the sludge directly as fertilizer without treating it. So today, the COVID situation came like to reveal some of the things that people were not aware. They could see that they were actually virus in the sludge. How or why we treat it furthermore before it can be used. So when you have that pH of 12, all virus inside the sludge is actually killed. So if we go to the next one, here it's actually showing the same system, but the only difference is actually this is what we call the mobile unit. And this is also in one country in Africa. They have the mobile one, which does the same job. The only difference is actually on the truck. Let's say normal vacuum trucks, when you have 8 cubic of normal vacuum trucks, you go, you fill it. After 8 cubic, it's full, you have to go and discharge. And when you have to go and discharge, you have to go through the old traffic that we know in all our cities. So the guys can actually, the driver has to go through all traffic, and some other customer are waiting, so he can be able to go and discharge. But these trucks can put up to 80 cubic inside before it's full. 80 cubic of liquid waste. Because each time when you come, you separate on site, you take only the solid, you put the reject water back, and you go to the next customer. What is more interesting is the fact that you can do all your customers. You can do all your trip during the day without the need to go and discharge. You only discharge at the end of the day. That's what is quite special, because with the normal vacuum truck that we know, it means that you have, let's say, if it was 10 cubic, it's full, you have to go and discharge. And this one, you can go up to 80 cubic of liquid waste to fill it in before you are full. So you can do all your customers during the day. So it does the same job of the first one we saw. The only difference, this is built on the truck, and then you can actually do all your customers. We go to the next. Yeah, it's showing still the same system, but just different figures. How you know your different customers and taking only the solid and putting the reject water back. And in Europe, that process of actually aerobic process to start before the septic tank can start. This one it will just start automatically because of the reject water that you are putting back. If we go to the next one, this is the small version. It does the same job. The only difference is actually this is actually for for very very small area where it's difficult to reach with big troughs. We have actually in contact with India, and today I can say roughly India has bought around 100 troughs of this type for the municipality of Mumbai because they were having the same issue about sludge. And this unit now is being used there actually for the water process. So it's the same unit doing the same job. The only difference, small versions of 2 axles. If we can take the next. So here it's actually the recycling process. What is happening, different figures showing what we do with the dewater sludge. I mentioned earlier the lime mixing process, that's one thing to do. It's not really expensive. But this is also another process where you have to have the compost unit. So you can see different figure here of what is going on with the compost. So it means that the water sludge is mixed together with green waste so that we can actually achieve that compost process. The delegation from Lagos last time, they got the privilege to see it on site. They could see what we do. So at the end of the day, when you finish to treat your sludge, you have two choices. You do the compost, it's actually demanding quite a huge investment, or you can choose the options of the lime mixing, which is also linked today. A lot of countries, they use that. In Denmark, we use it also, where you have to treat the dewater sludge with lime, so that you can achieve that 12 pH, where you kill everything called virus, bacteria. So the last one, I think, is the one coming. So here we can see different area. So try to imagine the amount of sludge being actually discharged somewhere else, maybe going into the water, I don't know. How that so many tons of sludge can be reused in different area. I just mentioned the compost process. I've mentioned the fact that you can treat it with lime. You can use even if biogas, it can give actually energy. You know, today Denmark is well known as a country very advanced with green technology. So, you know, the sludge, it's not waste as such. It can be a product where, you know, with values. Try to see different area where the liquid waste, you know, biologic sludge can actually be used at the end of the day. We can actually produce energy with it. We can, you know, it can be used, you know, in biogas, to be also used as actually fertilizer. So we have different areas. So when we look at all those things, there is something that we have to be, you know, like to agree on. What we can do, you know, the idea behind these presentations is to try to share with you our experience, what we do. Maybe this one can actually try to bring some value, try to show how things can be done differently. Is it okay that 80% of the liquid waste coming from household has to be discharged into the water from where we fish? Is it okay? Because, you know, it was powerful. It was really powerful yesterday to hear that we have healthy people when we have healthy, I mean, good sanitations, because it goes together. When there is no good sanitations, everything is actually discharged into the water. Many countries in Africa are doing it. I've got the chance to visit so many countries recently in Africa. It's the same problem. It's the same situation. There is no treatment plant. Many countries are lacking the treatment plant. And one of the countries today having maybe 30% of its connections, you know, Senegal, they are quite advanced because they have, compared to the remaining countries in Africa, they have some many treatment plants, but most of them are full. So it means that those units, we are in contact with them. So how they can use those units as supplement. So instead of actually changing the construction of the treatment plant, so they can actually use those units to try to remove the sludge from the treatment plant, so the treatment plant can work properly. So the idea is, in the country where there is no treatment plant, then the unit can actually be used as a treatment plant itself. We saw the example of the Ivory Coast, where those reception centers, they are placing it everywhere, so it can actually receive the sludge from trucks, vacuum trucks. The idea being to control, to do it actually in the proper way, so we can control where the sludge is going. This is very important because it's about our people health. It's about everybody, well-being. So that's the reason why we believe that with the partnership that we have today with OCL, or under clean energy, we will be able to try to promote what we do in the Nigerian market, to try to show it more, so that maybe this system can be there to try to, to try to bring some more experience of what we do in Denmark. And I really looking forward for the cooperation with our local partner. And I hope that this new technology can actually give some inspirations about how we can do the things differently, how we can control the liquid waste, how we can avoid to do what is being done in many countries in Africa, to go and discharge and dump the sludge everywhere. This project was actually supplied to Ghana, the municipality of Accra. It was one of the most visited projects in the country, because people were just amazed, very surprised to see how simple the project is, not so costly, and how you can achieve very, big results. So thanks again for the privilege of coming here. Said Mamos is grateful to be here to present what we do, and looking forward for the next occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together again for him? Yesterday, we did say that this is a presentation that we should not miss. And I want to believe that we've learned one or two things. So the next step will be the way forward. I want to believe that by the end of today's conference, we will have taken giant steps towards ensuring sanitation regulation and, of course, water regulation, not only in Lagos, but in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while we await the arrival of Mr. Governor, I'd like to quickly recognize a few people in our midst. First, I'd like to recognize an APC chieftain who was here yesterday. I almost made him exercise by climbing the stairs. He didn't mind anyway, but I know that if I had made him do that, I probably would be paying for it today. A very pleasant man, very warm. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Abayomi Fini. Daddy, don't get up. Ah! If Daddy gets up from that seat, I'm going to get a query. Because I know that the next thing is you will climb the stairs and prove it to me that you're still very much agile. Thank you so much, Daddy. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. I also want to quickly recognize another chieftain. I remember when we had the then Action Congress of Nigeria, now defunct. He was a former state organizing secretary for that. Today, he is the general manager, Lagos State Printing Corporation, and is also an APC chieftain. Please welcome Mr. Kola Peregrino. I'd like to also recognize a very warm and friendly permanent secretary, He's very good. Yesterday, he took me back almost 20 years. I couldn't even remember. But he mentioned the name, and I knew that this is history. This person is good with details and information. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please help me put your hands together and welcome the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Water Resources, Dr. Omubalaji Gaji. I'd like to also recognize someone who was a resource person yesterday. He took us through a whole lot. He's the chairman of Global Water Leaders Group, Mr. Christopher Gasson. We also have with us the Executive Vice President of Oando Clean Energy, Mr. Ademola Gubanjo. And of course, my big auntie is here. Simple, quiet, but she's one of the people you meet and you say, the usual Yoruba term, Iwe. Please welcome the MD, Water, Chemistry and Allied Services, Lagos, Nigeria, Dr. Bola Balogun. Very quiet, but very, very active. Quiet, but active. Now, I'd like to also recognize this man. Yesterday, he had the privilege of being in the women's world. Yes. We had sessions, and every session had men and women. His own session was the only one that had women. And he was the facilitator for that session. One man, women's world. But he did it gracefully. And at the end of that session, I asked him if he was going to take pictures with those women and take the pictures home. You know what he said? He said, I'm going to take the pictures and I'm going to post it on social media. And I said, well, I hope I see you in one piece tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor James Akamu. You see, you already have a title. He's a professor of civil and environmental engineering department, University of Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as more of our dignitaries arrive, we'll get to introduce them. I'd like to implore you to please remain seated for the next few minutes. Mr. Governor will be joining us any moment from now. Okay. All right, I have the chairperson, Ojodu LCDA here. Was here yesterday. Yes, please. And he was part of the entire process. I'd like to recognize our very own Abimbola Odumbaku. Thank you very much for coming. And also the super works of Ojodu LCDA is also here. Bode Olaniyo. Mr. Bode, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in a moment from now, we will receive the presence of Mr. Governor. And don't forget that as it is a tradition, when we have the 2021 LEWORK, after these first series of ceremony, we're going to have paper presentation. And then we go to the conference proper, where we get to divide into two groups and deliberate and then come back and put together a communique. So I want to employ everyone to please, I know that it's going to be right after deep tea break. Please, after tea break, don't disappear. We need you to be here. And it promises to be a very, very interesting outing. You're going to be part of the people who will decide the next step. You know, what we're going to do next, how we're going to change the lives of Lagosians and Nigerians, and then, of course, give us the direction for LEWORK 2023. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take a leave and put you in the hands of the technical crew to give you a few more information and some music while we wait the arrival of Mr. Governor. Thank you very much.
Right, can we please bring that down? Our very eminent guest, because we need to really have a full time session with Mr. Governor. We will want to quickly, run through all we have so that we'll be able to give Mr. Governor that rousing welcome and attention he so deserves. So, this concern, I will be presenting to us for a special presentation by one of our guest speakers who will be coming virtually, Mr. Timei Weja Momere. He's the managing partner, CEO of Mangrove and Partners Limited, and who will be looking at organizing local watch services for optimal investment case study for Lagos. Please let's welcome online Mr. Timei Weja Momere. Mr. Timei, are you there with us?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Can you hear? Can you please unmute? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me, sir? You can unmute.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Audio is
I'm on
muted.
mute. I'm not muted.
All right.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Technical team should please attend to this. Okay, he's on. Please, can you speak on Mr. Timei, please?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Timei.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I stand on the existing protocol. I welcome the Honorable Commissioner and the Executive Secretary. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to Lagos once again, although I'm out of the country at the moment. My paper is on organizing local watch services for optimal investments. I'm bringing you case studies from different parts of Africa, 2 countries in particular, on aspects that sometimes we don't really speak about that enables optimization of reforms. This morning, I'm going to be sharing with you a presentation that speaks to these activities. So effectively, what I'm speaking to you about will be in 3 main folds. The first is that I'll be speaking to you concerning a sanitation exercise in Ghana, Kumasi particularly. The next one will be in Maputo. I have other case studies I could have shared with you, but several of them are in the room there. You have people from Lusaka, my friend from Nawasco. We have people from Kampala. We have people from the Philippines that have very good case studies. But I've just brought you these 2 to show some things that I wanted to highlight to the audience today. And then I will speak about the context in Lagos and propose an idea that we started talking about last year that we could expand into this year. And then lastly, I will speak to 2 things that are solutions to the issues that Lagos will say Lagos is facing at this particular time. So let me start with my presentation. The introduction of my presentation is to say that global efforts have shown to us that private finance, including blending, leveraging, and guarantees, have been largely unsuccessful. There are some countries that have done very well, but there's no one-size-fits-all approach, and most of the time, we do not necessarily succeed because we've got global finance. There are other things that are more important. than global finance. I speak to this because our focus seems to sometimes be that we look externally for support. We also said that we need to facilitate demand to actually make any form of finance successful. Demand in the sense that the resources and the services that will require the finance must be behaving properly, must be appropriate, must be sound for the finance to follow. So these activities go before that. The poor performance of those finance have resulted because of two particular things that are related to poor demand motivation. One is the weak technical and financial efficiency of most of the borrowers, either the utilities or the municipal authorities that require these funds. The second is that we've had weak governance arrangements, and as such, transparency and accountability have been weak, and people have been scared to bring their funding into areas that are not properly regulated or that are opaque in their approach to doing business. Fourthly, a focus on efficiency and oversight will reverse this trend and lead to a viable market for private capital. To a large extent, I think that's what we should be focusing on and trying to achieve as a country effectively in Nigeria. So the next thing that I want to talk about now are the case studies. So like I mentioned before, these case studies brings to you some experiences from other parts of the world. So let me go, next slide, please. Okay, so the first case study I'm going to be talking about is on a container-based sanitation approach that was piloted in Kumasi in Ghana. We hardly speak about container-based sanitation in Nigeria, but it was one of the things that we used to use during the colonial time, but we phased them out. They've gone around a full circle and have become even much more better organized. So this Clean Team Ghana started this exercise in Kumasi in 2011 with some kind of memorandum of understanding with the Kumasi Metropolitan Authority. The service is to provide diversionary toilets or a toilet that diverts urine and keeps just the feces and in place, and that is then removed and treated. At the moment, they've been able to achieve just about 3,000 households, and they require 10,000 households to break even. Effectively, what this is about is basically to keep people safe, to ensure that families have a safe place to use rather than open defecation. We know that about 4 or 5% of Lagosians, which I think is a very conservative figure, defecate openly. And that number, 4 or 5 of 20 million, is about 500,000, close to 1 million people defecating openly in Lagos every day. This gives people dignity and enables people to live a life that is worth living. Basically, the chain for the supplier is that it's just like any other sanitation value chain. It starts with the collection, which is the potty that you see on the side of my screen, this white and blue potty. It's safe. You either use chemical adhesive or you use sawdust to keep the feces safe. You can put this in the bathroom or in a corner of your corridor or somewhere that is clean and safe, and the people come in to take them away every day. And they transport them by motorbikes or by tuk-tuk or any of those small motored vehicles. The transported waste is taken then to a collection point and then taken by trailer to a treatment facility. And the treated waste is then, of course, dumped in a clean environment or in a clean way in the final dumping site. The last presentation clearly shows us where you can do your treatment, perhaps in the base, in the collection base, because of the distance from the homes to the final dumping site or treatment site. So that's the process. These are photographs showing us what actually happens in the process. So you have the potty in the small bathroom there. You can see that on the screen to my far right on top. You have the keke rider, if we use the Nigerian term, transporting that waste to a treatment facility, which is way off in the treatment location. And then you have people processing the cartridges. So these are the cartridges to the far right at the bottom. The cartridges are supplied to homes. They are put inside this potty that is used to move the waste away. These are people working on the site, providing that service. The funding for this comes from grants. Largely, it comes from grants, comes from equity funds, some debts by the organizers, and then, of course, largely from customer subscriptions. This is a sample of a family that uses this service in Accra, Ghana. I say this, or I present this to us because we know that in Lagos, Isaleko, Ekpetedo, Race Course area, all around there, we have very congested slums. Besides the Lagos Island, in Ajegunle, in several parts of Lagos, we have over 200 blighted areas that have very congested accommodation without spaces for digging pits or making toilets available. This could be a very good solution, containerized sanitation for them. The second example that I'm bringing to us is from Maputo, and it's about water. So this case study for water comes from Maputo, like I said. It's about small-scale independent providers, which is a struggle that we've had with Lagos. The process or the reform in Maputo, in Mozambique, came to recognize the role that these operators perform for over 50% of the population of about 3 million people in Maputo. The average household number is about 6.3 persons per household. Most of them are informal job holders and live in informal settlements. If you look at this map, the blue areas are the areas covered by the public water system. All of the red dots are areas covered by these service providers that are small-scale service providers. Yesterday, we were talking about Yolomi or Babalomi. Those are the people we are referring to here. People who have small units of services. They sometimes have to use pipe network in Maputo. It's very unique in Maputo that they have pipe networks. Some of them, connect maybe as many as 100 customers, but several of them use kiosk, and several of them sell water through tanker trucks or animal pull carts. The civil war in Maputo made this even a situation worse because at that time, no investment was going into extension of pipelines. But in 1998, the World Bank supported Maputo, or the country, Mozambique, to set up what is called the National Water Development Project. Under that project, a framework was established. That framework helped to create a system of delegated management where ADM became the operator. ADM is like our Lagos State Water Corporation. ADM is the operator, is an operator that came from the Water Corporation collaborating with private sector organizations to form a new company to manage the operations. FIPAG, which is the asset holding company, is like the Lagos Water Corporation. CROA, which is the Water Regulatory Council, was to monitor or is to monitor utility operations and mediate conflicts between utility and FIPAG. And CROA is actually like our regulator in Lagos State. And then, of course, you have the Department of Water in the ministry managing the policies, and the local governments also being involved at a minor level. The success of the Maputo example is that between 1998 and 2000, the recognition of these spaghetti networks by the regulator and the licensing of these people provided them the confidence to continue to expand. By 2014, when the study was conducted, it was found that the services they rendered compared to the public service wasn't of any less value. They were commensurate with the services of the public service. The picture up here is the kind of spaghetti system that they use to connect to their customers. You will see that every household here that is connected with this, flex pipes have a meter, and they perform better in revenue collection from their customers compared to the public service. But between 2007 and 2017, the reform took a different level. Another set of funding from the World Bank helped the country, or Maputo in particular, to change its operation, or the public utility, the ADM, to change its operation and began to provide easy connections for households. So the campaign was to improve connections, and it succeeded by reducing the connection fee from about $120 to about $55. And it also provided an option for people connecting and paying later, so paying in installments for about 11 to 12 months. And the World Bank funding through an output-based aid initiative helped to reduce the cost of connection for poor people to about $20. Of course, several households couldn't still connect, even with the reductions of that. The result is that the connections of the Maputo water moved from about 110,000 households to almost 250,000 households within that period of about 10 years of the second phase of the reform. This led, of course, to increased demand for water, and as such, increasing a city's population access to pipe water from about 55% to 75% required more water. As such, this triggered funding from the World Bank, from the Dutch government, to expand not just the treatment facilities. A new dam was actually built to increase water supply, and a new network of systems for bringing the water from the dam to the households was also created. And that, of course, was because the utility has been performing and has been showing success, which helped for that to happen. So let's come back to Lagos now and see how does this relate to Lagos from what I've said so far. We see that Lagos, we have said before, Lagos is a very huge city. We have arguments as to whether Lagos is 20 million or 25 million. Whichever one we agree to, Lagos is bigger than about 37 African countries. So Lagos is just about the size of Niger Republic. And all the other countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, Malawi, Zambia, Senegal are smaller than Lagos. In fact, Senegal is about just about 2/3 the size of Lagos. And we compare Lagos to some of these areas. It's good to do that. But I think that the challenge that we really have is the fact that we see Lagos as one city that one utility will deal with. So let's show the statistics that we have been performing in Lagos. Total revenue connection in Lagos has dwindled over time because several connections have been suppressed. Lagos connection was about 180,000 a few years back, but this has now been suppressed to about 100,000 because of either the train process that is going on, the building of the train track, roads construction, and several other issues. Energy is a big issue in Lagos, but in the face of this, Lagos, was able to raise about 1 billion naira last year, 2021, as revenue. But the sad part was that 2.4 billion naira was spent as expenditure. So Lagos is just about Lagos Water is just raising about 40% of its cost, which means that 60% of Lagos Water is subsidized by government. And can we continue to do this when we have a market of about 2 million people outside of the network 2 million households outside of the network that are not being served by the water corporation itself? So how do these people get their water? They get their water from alternate providers, like the small-scale water vendors, like we talked about, the Meruas of this world, the truck pushers and the truck drivers, the tanker drivers. If we look at the cost structure of these people, we talked about them last year, but I'll just do a summary of this. Monthly family expenditure on water in Lagos is about 4,000, 5,000 naira. If you calculate the number of jerry cans a day times the cost of that jerry can, at the end of the day, each household in Lagos is spending about 5 to 9 trillion naira, which is about $225 million every year. And we are told that the estimated investments that is required to make Lagos successful as a utility is about $2.5 million. If we take the alternate income from income to the or revenue to the alternate water service provider over 10-year period, we will have funded Lagos State new modern treatment facilities, pipelines, and whatever else we need. If we look at these figures and compare them to national survey, the WASH norm, globally in Nigeria, about $4 billion was spent in water or on water by Nigerian households. And this figure from Lagos is about one fourth of that, which basically tells us that Lagos is not quite out of this blues, or not quite overestimating his needs. And we can see that the market in Lagos is paying for that need, although the funding is going to private pockets. The goal for us, therefore, is how do we organize these services in the blighted areas that goes to about 66% of our population, or to even some of the unblighted areas that don't have services regularly. People invest in boreholes and things like that. How do we reorganize ourselves in such a way that we can tap into this fund that is readily available and that is circulating already in the market, so for us to be able to then provide this service? That takes me to my first proposal. And the first proposal is to look at the urban planning regions of Lagos against our water corporation regions. We have about 9 zonal offices in the water corporations. They are listed on the screen: north, northeast, northwest, central, east, southeast. The locations are all listed. Some of them are part of those benefiting from the 4 water treatment plants that we have in Lagos State. And of course, the 48 mini micro water works that we have in Lagos State. These facilities can give us 250 million gallons a day, but we are told that Lagos needs between something like about 500 to 600 million gallons per day. How do we make up the gap? How do we ensure we organize ourselves to deliver this service? There are raw water sources that can still be tapped. The Osun River Basin, the Osun River Basin is there. The Odomola, in Odomola can be tapped. I know that there are projects going on in those areas. We can also have the Ologe Lagoon, which is in Badagry. We can tap from them. So the raw water is not a problem in Lagos State. The question for us is, how is Lagos organized? For now, like I said, one utility is serving 25 million people. We are told that they want to break this. Lagos State government is planning to break this into 2 utilities. Is that good enough? Because if we break it into 2 utilities, these 2 will still be serving 12 million people each. My proposal is to first identify amongst these zonal offices, create 2 pilots of zonal water companies that are private, that are invested into by the public, that enables people to test the viability of those structures. They may be smaller units that enables us to test this proposal and see how PSP and private sector participation can work, which is what was done in most of the countries. Maputo example that I gave you, in the first phase, that's what was started. A small scheme was started, funding was provided, the system was tested, and then it expanded. And the system grew from 55% coverage to 75% coverage. The other thing is that this will take some time, and we need to be ready to make sure that we have the time to do this. So we need to pilot. So I've given us some statistics here. Of course, we are familiar with these figures of our local governments. Any of these local governments in Lagos State, Agege, Mushin, Oshodi, Solo, is the size of a state in Nigeria. And we treat them as if they are small entities, small communities. And if we rush into giving just 2 concessions, we will still continue to struggle in 20 years' time. My last points and my summaries. So I've identified earlier 2 points, 2 issues. One is that financing for wash infrastructure is key. But most of the time, this financing does not come quickly from private capital investments. We have to grow them from the base. But for us to be able to change things, we do not fight what is existing, which appears like what we are doing in Lagos. To change something, we have to build a new model that can make that existing model obsolete. We know at the moment that we need about $2.5 billion. Lagos Water Corporation is generating about $2.2 million every year. So it's not able to fund itself. Alternate providers are making $250 million annually. And I've said, if we channel this properly, encourage the private sector to invest properly, so moving from informal to formal private sector and trying to organize that market, this investment will come naturally. Because if there's direction, the regulator is working with the asset holding company and regulating these chaps as if they are full businesses. The investments will be made in small units, decentralized, that can then be coalesced into a city that we want to see. We need, therefore, to look inward to build from ground upwards to ensure that we can really serve our city. So my suggestions will be to, focus on local investors, the small-scale providers, embrace them, build confidence in them, This will help entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs, banks, insurance funds, venture capitals to invest in the system that we already have in Lagos State. We have to be strategic in our investments. We have to be sure that we are increasing access by, for example, improving collection efficiency and using technology for this. Water ATMs are very common these days across Africa. We don't have them in Lagos to help us, raise money from low-income communities where we are using water taps, water yard taps or community taps. Metering is a very good area as well. Capacity building for staff and managers of utilities. We need to also invest in low-income areas, unserved communities. We have to go from the known to the unknown, I will say, because sometimes we dream big. We want to see huge things happen, and we forget the benefits of the small things that we are doing now, and we are not building them. In reform, no one size fits all. Reform has to be adapted to your local environment. For us in Lagos, I don't think we have enough information to even make some of the decisions that we need to make. So we need to do a lot of studies and assessments to help us to make the right decisions. My second point and final point is that the water sector is not efficient and viable at this time for several reasons. Sometimes, Engineer Benson was telling us yesterday that federal government has supported Lagos State with about 170 something million US dollars, and that hasn't shown any major effects. Reforms have to be consistent, and it will take about 15 to 20 years. The projects that were referred to were 3-4 year projects. Those projects yearly will give you some assets, but it will not change your system. So I'm suggesting that Lagos State governments must operate as a federating state. Several states in Nigeria are federal government dependent, waiting for federal government funding. Lagos State governments must act autonomously, take responsibility for its action, and see its states as its responsibility to deliver services to. It's a shame that we are still talking about wash policy not being there in Lagos. There was one. There was a law that was scrapped, and another law brought in, merging too many things together and confusing the sector. Several of us have said yesterday we need to put a policy in place, and then a sector law will follow. The other point that I need to stress is that we need an independent regulator, not a regulator that is domiciled in the ministry that is supposed to be supervising. So it's at the same level with the Water Corporation, it's at the same level with every other person, wastewater authority, for example. So we need a regulator that is independent, that sits either at the governor's office or away from a system with its own board that helps to govern to make sure that itself is held accountable. And like I said before, capacity is important. We need to have platforms for learning. We do not know what the next person is doing. We have not learned from what the reforms we have had before in the previous period. If you ask people in Lagos for information, it's difficult to find the information. Where are we archiving materials and knowledge? We need to build partnerships. I see partnerships coming up. We see a lot of people, being organizations and even countries offering partnerships since yesterday. We need to build more. I know that across the world we have over 25 universities, international NGOs, corporate organizations, special networks for urban water services, including the GWOPA system, the GWOPA network, that's the Global Water Operators Partnership Network, that runs. I know of the AFWA, African Water Association, but do Lagos belong to any of these? In fact, in Nigeria, how many of our water corporations belong to any of these? We are not learning from others, and we are not innovating. We are not building pilots, not new technologies. We need to develop tools and guidelines. I did mention, in my previous slide, although I didn't say it out, that we need to have a wash fund in Lagos State. Lagos has to dedicate some fund somewhere. I don't know how we want to get it. It's either we are going to take some percentage of our rate, what do you call it? The land rates that we charge every year, or from special taxes, and put in a fund that has to grow to help us do the innovations and things like that. And lastly, we need to have data for regulation. Who is doing what, where, and how are they doing it? We do not have clear demarcations and regulations for small-scale water independent producers. Whether the tanker, we don't even have a knowledge of who they are. Who is operating in Lagos is a blanket. Nobody knows. The private water operators in estates, water bottling companies, pure water producers, and others like that. You know, you will see there a gentleman looking at us. I don't know how many of us recognize this person. His name is Candido da Rocha. He lived between 1860 and 1959. This gentleman was the first person to sink a mechanized water system in Lagos. And he became a millionaire from doing that. And this house that you are looking at, the water house, was built from that process. He was a multi-millionaire. He also ran a bank. Story has it that he even sends his laundry from Lagos to London for washing. It was that rich. It was that exposed. He, of course, was a returnee from Brazil with his father. So he had some experience from Brazil about mechanized water system. The point of this is this: water is a money-making machine. It's the next oil. And if we don't take care of it, we will continue to wallow in poverty. But if we take care of it, we will not only have good service for our health, for productivity, for equality and improvement in life, we will also make money as a state. I look forward to a day where the Lagos Water Corporation, in whatever forms it's organized, will be returning revenue to the central purse of the state, so that the state itself can use money generated from water to do education, to do health, and to do other things. And of course, it will also save money from not having to invest in unnecessary hospital costs that currently operates in the state. Thank you very much. I will stop here. I hope I've not taken too much of your time. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to the audience today.
Mr. Timay, for that wonderful opportunity. Citing Lagos as the case study speaks for the fact that indeed Lagos is a city of great talent. Distinguished guests, outside the personality of an economic it is on record, to the glory of God and service to humanity, that she was the first Nigerian woman to serve as the Minister of Industry for 2 terms in this country. As we speak, her profiling is so enormous and intimidating, but suffice to say that she is not only a member of the Order of an officer of the Order of the Niger, and of course, a CON, that is Commander of the Order of the Niger. She has, in a capacity, served in very different categories of service to humanity. But suffice to say that today we are always proud each time we see her. That's Chief Doctor Nike Akonbi. Remains to us a symbol and a pride of honor in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We thank you so very much, our mother. Having recognized her, you also permit me, my eminent guest, to also very specially recognize this fine gentleman that is my boss. In whatever way, he's not a renowned veteran journalist of reckoning, a former secretary to the state government, but before then, he was in the pit where he is now. He was the former commissioner for the environment, Minister of the Environment, where he is now, has been served, competent enough to still serving in that capacity. Please, let's welcome very specially this fine gentleman, Mr. Tunji Bello, the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of the Environment and Water Resources. We thank you, boss. We thank you. And I'm also to recognize the Permanent Secretary, Office of Drainage Services and Water Resources, Minister of the Environment and Water Resources, Engineer Nuruddin Olalekan Shudendi. You're also welcome. AI team, and it's always a pleasure when you see them together. They are, and they are what they are, representing a formidable team in the progressive camp in the service delivery of democratic setting in Lagos State. He came in again. He was with Oga yesterday. It is always a pride and, of course, our joy when they are seated. Please let's also welcome a member of the Governor's Advisory Council and a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC in Lagos State, our own Alaji Mutiu Are. So we want to thank you. We work together and we live together in the spirit of camaraderie. So whenever you see Lagos, you always see Ogun as well. So Ogun State is also seated here, well represented. Let me start by first recognizing the Permanent Secretary, Water Resources, Ogun State, Mr. Adewale Adegoke. Sir, with all due respect to you, we want to thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. I'm to also recognize the Project Manager, Water Sanitation in Ogun State, Mr. Shola Okumbo. You are also duly respected, so thank you. And of course, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Developmental Partners in Ogun State, Ms. Honorable Bayo Adeneko. We are told you are also here in the house. Thank you so very much for your honor. I think I've done justice to this, and it is this concern. We will also want to take a goodwill message from the World Health Organization, and this will be done by no less person in the person of Dr. Edwin Isotu. He is the technical lead, Public Health and Environment, World Health Organization. Dr. Edwin Isotu, sir, we will have you virtually to also please address the sit-in. You're welcome, Dr. Edwin Isotu. Dr. Edwin, Mrs. Moon. Okay. My sister, you want to come and salvage me here? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Hemsley, for your kind introductions.
All right,
The
Dr. Edwin Isotu, thanks so very much too. Can you hear us loud and
Thank you.
clear?
Loud and
Thank you.
clear. The Honorable Commissioner of Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tunji Bello, the Honorable Commissioner of Energy and other commissioners in the House, the representative of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, the permanent secretaries and commissioners from other states who are also there present, the executive secretary of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, Mrs. Funke Adepoju, the representative of the Governor's Advisory Council, representative of Waterhead, excellencies of embassies, the coordinator of the organized private sector in WASH, distinguished experts in the House, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Edwin Isotu Ede, and I'm here on behalf of my boss, my boss, Dr. Walter Kasadi Mulumbu, the head of mission and representative of the World Health Organization in Nigeria. Permit me to say that our heart has been in Lagos since on Sunday 26th. We hope to be there physically, but because of other supervening programs, we could not be able to make it physically. So I therefore bring you the healthy regards of the World Health Organization. What we are here doing today is a very important thing because globally, 2 billion people lack access to safely managed drinking water at home, whereas a universal access to safe drinking water, adequate sanitation and hygiene has the potential to reduce the global burden of diseases by 10%. Currently in Nigeria, like you know, access to drinking water has dropped to 67%. Last year was 70%. Nigeria currently has 2,310,000 water points, meaning that 75% of the water sources are self-supplied, with 43% of this being boreholes, and less than 1/5 of the population have the provisions for water for people living with disability. If you look at the Washington report. So essentially, water is important to life and is vital to human health. Is also key for economic prosperity and achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. It is therefore imperative that we invest in water because investing in water results in many benefits, including health, economic, environmental, and improving the quality of life. Every dollar invested in water and sanitation related interventions give a $4.3 investment in form of reduced healthcare costs, reduced pollution of water and land resources, as well as gains in the quality of life. You know, so it's important that and essential to commend the government of Lagos State for this very important conference. If you look at the theme, unlocking investments and sustainable access to clean water and sanitation services, the theme is quite apt, it's timely. And for us in WHO, it raises three important issues. One, the need to democratize access to safely managed drinking water services in Nigeria. And this we can do by putting water agenda in all policies and sectors. All policies and sectors, using the power of the private sector. And number two, there is also the urgency to strengthen water quality surveillance and monitoring system in Nigeria, beginning with Lagos, because there is no water if that water is not safe. If the water is not free from pathogenic organisms, if it is not free from physical and chemical contaminants, then that water is not good enough for use. So there must be a strong system for water surveillance. And number three, which is more importantly, is that we need to invest in human resources in the water sector. Earlier this year in April, the WHO, together with UNICEF and the government of Nigeria, the Ministry of Water Resources, we have concluded the global assessment of drinking water services, what we call the UN Glass Report. And we saw that there is a huge gap in terms of human resources in driving the water agenda in Nigeria. Most of the whole hands, even in the public sector, some of them have gotten the experience and they're leaving the system. And we're not making the sector to be attractive enough so that the younger generation can come in. So there is need to invest in leadership, need to invest in skill, and build a community of practice. Because if you're thinking water as an investment, it is something that must be driven on a long term. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, permit me to applaud the sterling leadership of the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, Mrs. Funke Adepoju, for her giant strides and commitment. Last year in 2021, WHO has partnered with the Lagos State government through the Commission and other agencies to implement the sanitation safety planning in Ikeja municipality, and which has actually raised the city, this municipality to develop a HSP plan, raise awareness, and also start deepening activities on the safe management of wastewater. Ladies and gentlemen, a future where everyone has the opportunity to use good water and live in a healthy environment is very possible. It's only possible when we work together and when we are intentional about investing in the things that matters. On behalf of WHO, we want to wish every one of you a very robust and successful engagement, and we look forward to more robust partnership as we move on to make sure that every Nigerian has good quality water for drinking. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you for the goodwill message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to quickly recognize a few more of our dignitaries, particularly from the Ogun River Basin Development Authority. We have with us the Executive Director, Engineering, Engineer Babalola Olatunji, FNSE. Can we please put our hands together for him? We also have with us from Ogun River Basin Development Authority, the Executive Director, Planning and Design, Engineer Adiwale Adeoye. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. We'd like to recognize the Permanent Secretary, Physical Planning, and Mrs. Abiola Kushigbe. A round of applause for her, Ma. Ma, thank you for coming. We appreciate you. While we await the arrival of Mr. Governor, we'll take a short break to prepare for Professor Tybert Lawenson, University of Lagos. She will be talking to us virtually, and she will be talking on rethinking community approaches to enhancing urban water and sanitation, some evidence from Lagos, Nigeria. So while we connect with her, I'd like the technical crew to please give us some music. While they connect with her, the minute we're connected to her, we'll take her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Let me quickly do another roll call of honor. Our very eminent guest. We also have stayed in the house, the permanent secretary, the Judicial Service Commission, Lagos State Judicial Service Commission, in the person of Mrs. Buki Salami. My PS, you're duly recognized, man. And I also respectfully want to recognize this wonderful woman under whose view or supervision Lagos Television is on. She's the permanent secretary, the Para State Monitoring Office. Professionally, she's a pharmacist, and that is the pride of the beauty of Lagos. So we're glad to have pharmacist Mrs. Toyi, okay, or Soyi Tolu, the PSPMO, also here with us today. We want to thank you, man. And I must not forget, I always call him Allah Numi. He's a very good brother and a good friend. The managing director, the CEO of Loma, Lagos State Waste Management Authority, in the person of Mr. Im Adejun Odumboni. We want to thank you so very much, sir. You're most welcome, sir. Thank you for the honor here. Well, the distinguished guest will be welcoming Mr. Governor very soon. And in the meantime, I will also quickly recognize Mr. Kibira. He is country manager, Islamic Development Bank. Mr. Kibira, sir, we want to thank you so very much. It's a great honor to have you in the house. You're welcome. And Mr. Lukman Oshodi, the project director, Arctic Infrastructure. You are most welcome, sir. Thank you so very much. It's good to have you all experts, specialists in your very respective areas to discuss this issue today. We want to thank you very, very sincerely. Dr. William Mawari, I want to thank you again. I'm just citing you again. Thank you so very much. And Ms. Aka Obase, I want to save myself. That's a tough one. And thank you so very much. It's good having you. Well, another break, some light music, and we'll be right back. If you want to wash, what are you going to If you want to cook soup, what are you going to If your head is hot, what are If your child is broke, what are you going to If what are your child, now what are you going to No. To be back from our home, not over low. Someone to the shape, oh, my love me, oh, not without water. Someone to the shape, oh, my love me, oh, me, daughter. Oh, me, your daughter. In the fight, unless you wonder. I say, water, no get me. If you fight them unless you won't die. Oh, me, your daughter. And they talk of black man power. And they talk of black power. I say, I said, but I no get 10 minutes. If you fight them unless you want that. I said, what I no get 10 minutes. I said, what I no get 10 minutes. Oh, me love, oh, me love,
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this. Our presentation goes as follows. We start with an introduction, look at all the conceptual content, perform an overview.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
Our presentation goes as follows. We start with an introduction, look at all the conceptual
distinguished ladies and
content,
gentlemen,
perform an overview.
today they are trying to connect to Professor Calvert Lawson. I have good news. He's able to do that. This is going to be his paper. It's a problem. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an abundance and Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Professor Professor about this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an abundance and Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Professor Professor about this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an abundance and Lagos. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Professor about this. guess we having a few technical hiccups, but I can see her. She ready? I guess we distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the moment we're able to reconnect the professor. See her? She ready? Now, I'm sure that the pictures will come up. I believe the technical crew are having a bit of having glitches. So let's be seated and immediately can reconnect. We get to listen to her presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the moment we're able to reconnect the professor. See her? She ready? Now, I believe the technical crew are having
representation. The section. SDGs. Representation. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on enhancing urban water and sanitation in our city Lagos. As SDGs represent representation goes as follows. We'll start with an introduction, look at some of the conceptual tensions, perform an overview of the water sector access in Lagos, and look at a few institutional and community-based activities, and then recommend a few strategies for enhancing community access to decent water. The water crisis in Lagos is quite acute, as I'm sure you all know, and less than 20% of our population currently have access to regular public supply. Low-income communities are sadly, especially affected. The Lagos state government has invested heavily in the water sector, but with limited results, largely due to inadequate infrastructure, poor system management, as well as opposition from the organized labor groups and the CSO based on the approach that the Lagos State government currently pursues. However, in spite of this, what we must agree upon is that the Lagos infrastructure. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on enhancing urban water and sanitation in our city, Lagos. I start by extending warm thanks and congratulations to the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, ably led by Mr. Funke Adepoju. I'm unable to join you in person today as I'm currently away. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on enhancing urban water and sanitation in our city, Lagos. I start by extending warm thanks and congratulations to the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, ably led by Mr. Funke Adepoju. I'm unable to join you in person today as I'm currently away. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on enhancing urban water and sanitation in our city, Lagos. I start by extending warm thanks and congratulations to the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, ably led by Mr. Funke Adepoju. I'm unable to join you in person today as I'm currently away. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to share a few thoughts on
While
enhancing
we are attending to that, let me quickly recognize the
This is
presence
a
of the
weekly
Managing
forum
Director,
where the World
Lagos State
Urban Forum
Science
is
Etachiman,
incidentally across the various
Professor Prince Adedamola
sessions of
Adekoju,
this forum. Issues relating
one of
to SDGC
MD of
have been
Honor.
discussed
You're most welcome, sir.
extensively.
While we are attending to that, let me quickly recognize the
This
presence
is a
of the
weekly
Managing
forum
Director,
where the World
Lagos State
Urban Forum
Science
is
Etachiman,
incidentally across the various
Professor
greetings,
Prince
everyone, and thank you for
Adedamola
this opportunity to share a few
Adekoju,
thoughts on enhancing urban water and
MD
sanitation in
of
our
Honor.
city,
You're
Lagos.
most welcome, sir.
I start by
While
extending
we are
warm
attending
thanks and
to that, let me
congratulations to
quickly
the Lagos State
recognize
Water
the
Regulatory
presence of the
Commission,
Managing
ably
Director,
led by Mr.
Lagos
Funke
State
Adepoju. I'm unable to join you in person today as I'm currently away. Greetings,
Professor
everyone, at Poland,
Adedamola
where the World Urban
Adekoju,
Forum is happening.
MD
Incidentally,
of
across
Honor.
the
You're
various
most welcome, sir. While we are
sessions
attending
of
to
this
that, let me
forum,
quickly
issues
recognize
relating to
the
SDGC
presence of the
have been
Managing
discussed
Director,
extensively. I'm unable to join you in person today as I'm currently away. Greetings, everyone, at Poland, where the World Urban Forum is incidentally across the various sessions.
We apologize for the technical hitch. I do believe that before the end of the conference, we're going to hear from Professor Tybert Lawanson. Right now, I'd like to invite the Planning Committee of Legal 2022 to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome to the microphone Dr. Akamero Terry. Dr. Terry, please. Okay, that's it. Another round of applause for Dr. Terry.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, honorable commissioners and other protocols observed. I heartily welcome you all to the second day of the Lagos International Water Conference, WAC 2022. It's gratifying to see the enthusiasm of participants from yesterday's grilling proceedings and the proceedings we've had so far. LIWA 2020-2021 defined the state of water supply and wastewater services in Lagos State and other characteristics of the state, such as population growth, climate, and likely impacts of climate change, etc. Some of these can be summarized as follows. Lagos State is endowed with enormous amount of surface and groundwater resources. The state of water supply and water services is below acceptable standards and far below what obtains in other mega cities in the world. There is a challenge of a long coastline with Atlantic Ocean, which gives rise to water intrusion to both surface water and the likely impacts of climate change in the years to come on the water resources as well as the coastline, that is coastal erosion and flooding, which will result from climate change. The essence of LIWAC is to drastically improve access to public water supply and water services accessibility over the shortest possible period of time. The task of accomplishing the development of a sustainable water supply, wastewater and stormwater services in Lagos for us all. Governments at both federal, state, and local levels and their agencies, private sector at both national and international levels, including international finance and aid agencies, the consumers who have to be willing to pay for services provided, the consumers who have to be ready to pay for services provided, which are at rates much lower than what we currently pay for alternative sources, and most of which are doubtful quality. What I'm saying is, right now for the alternative sources of water supply, we are paying much more, whether it's sachet water or it's bottled water or it's marua. We are paying much more than we would pay if we have good services, and therefore we should be ready to pay much higher for the public services when they become available. And then, of course, the labor unions also have to be involved, civil society organizations and workers in the utility industries, including contractors and consultants in these fields. As stakeholders, we all need to be more committed to ensure that there is considerable improvement in the next 5 years in the services to provide. In this year, 2022, when the world water industry is focusing on groundwater, the World Water Day was on groundwater, making the invisible visible. I cannot end without commending the great role groundwater plays in water supply for domestic and industrial purposes in Lagos State. Good sanitation in public places such as markets, schools, hospitals, etc., depend almost solely on groundwater resources. Lagos is a very fortunate state in having enormous amount of surface and groundwater resources for municipal public water supply in Lagos. Therefore, there is a need for conjunctive development and use of both surface and groundwater. What I'm saying here is that we have to use both of them, not concentrate on one. We have to use both groundwater and we have to use surface water. And by managing them together, we get sustainable water supply in Lagos State. The sustainable development of groundwater will have to be part of the equation of providing Lagos State with regular, adequate water supply. Let me end this welcome address by commending the Lagos State government for its support of LIWAC. I also want to commend the management and staff of the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission for its consistency and innovativeness in organizing this conference of international standard with an astute and hardworking leadership. Thank you very much, and God bless. Dr. Akomeno Uteri. His name is Akomeno Uteri. Thank you. Akome.
Well, can we one more time please appreciate Dr. Akomodo Terry, please? And that's also dovetail to we recognizing our partners from Delta State. And I'm glad that Oga has protested. And I said, Oga, I did make some references yesterday in recognizing our participants and the heads of extra-ministerial departments or agencies from Delta State yesterday. But then to reassure you that we are very hospitable in Lagos, I must do justice to this again. So please, on behalf of the entire leadership of this organization here today, we also want to recognize the Director General, Delta State Water Sector Regulatory Commission, Engineer Henry Idama. We want to thank you, sir. So, distinguished guests, I'm sure that in no time we will commence on a very official note. And say convincingly to you, Mr. Gama will join us now. I invite some of the on touch already, or some of his key personals around, and that is to signify that any moment now we'll be welcoming the arrival of Mr. Governor of Lagos State. As you can see, the practices are all here to indicate the fact of the statement of what we're saying. So just please, let's enjoy ourselves with a little music as we will come back to welcome Mr. Ghana, of course, all the cabinet members and the body of permanent secretaries that will be joining the entourage of Mr. Governor. We thank you one more time for your valuable time here this morning. Light music, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to please implore us to be seated. All those that are still standing should please find a seat. Any moment from now, the special guest of honor will be here, and the event will kick off proper. Please, would like everyone to be seated before the arrival of Mr. Governor. Please.
quickly also want to recognize another member of the Governor's Advisory Council and former chairman of the APC in Lagos State, Ambassador Henry Ajumale. You are most welcome, sir, our father. But thank you so very much. But thank you, sir. We must also recognize Engineer Deji Johnson, the Chief Operating Officer, Lagos Water Corporation. Sir, you are also duly recognized. We also cited Mr. Ademola Ugbanjo, the Executive Vice President, Owando Clean Energy. You are also duly recognized, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, sir. We are not leaving out Engineer Agiri, Director Production, Lagos Water Corporation. Sir, we want to thank you. Mr. Michael O. Ajose, Director Sales and Commercial, Lagos Water Corporation. The entire Water Corporation team in Lagos will say a very big thank you and welcome, welcome, welcome. dey hot, na water go cool am. Tọmọ bá ń dàgbà, omi ló máa lò. If your child dey grow, na water you go use. If water kill your child, na water you go use. Tóbi bá pamọ́ ẹ̀ o, omi náà ló máa lò. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Not without water. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Omi yóò lọ ta o. If you fight up unless you wonder. I say water no get enemy. If you fight them unless you wonder. Omi you daughter. And they talk of black man power. And they talk of black power. I say water no get enemy. If you fight them unless you wonder. I say water no get enemy. I say water no get enemy. Omi you daughter. Omi you daughter.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now we will receive the governor of the state of aquatic splendor, the paysetter state, your governor, my governor, the governor whose record has brought a lot of Lagosians to the point that they're asking him to stay again, to take Lagos to that enviable position. The Lagos of our dreams, the greater Lagos. Any moment from now, he will join us. And of course, today's program will kick off in earnest. I'm sure that a lot of us are eager to know that the themes, what we're doing today is part of the themes agenda. This is one thing that has moved Lagos from where it was a few years ago to another level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, can we all rise to receive the governor of the Center of Excellence? Please, can we be on our feet? welcome our incident commander, a man that has moved Lagos from where he was to another level with his theme's agenda, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Please, can we put our hands together for His Excellency, please? We welcome Mr. Governor to the 2022 Leawork Conference. Mr. Governor, you're very much welcome to the Lagos International Water Conference 2022. Mr. Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I crave your indulgence to please rise as we take the national anthem.
Nigerians come of name to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes was joy never in vain to serve with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Let's please be seated. Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Governor Lagos State, all courtesies duly extended, sir. The Consul General of Denmark to Nigeria, Mr. Per Christensen, ESCO members here duly seated, respected bodies of permanent secretaries, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Tayo Ayinde, ESCO members here duly seated, esteemed bodies of permanent secretaries, members of the Governor Advisory Council here present, captains of industry here seated, our international partners and stakeholders in this engagement, top government functionaries and heads of ministerial agencies here present, members of the fourth estate of the realm, the gentlemen of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is on behalf of the Lagos State Government, the Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission. We bid you all welcome to the third edition of the Lagos International Water Conference agenda with the theme, Unlocking Investments and Sustainable Access to Clean Water and Sanitation Services, the Regulatory Imperative. We want to thank you for your esteemed honor, and especially to Mr. Governor for the time to be here today. May I request the honor of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of the Environment and Water Resources, to please come to the microphone to give the address of welcome. Mr. Commissioner, sir. Please, can we please appreciate the Honorable Commissioner, please? Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been on this program since yesterday. We are very happy to welcome Mr. Governor to the event, and so as not to waste much time, perhaps might be the right time to invite the Governor to come and give us an opening address. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for Mr. Governor, please?
Okay. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. The members of the State Executive Council here, especially the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tunji Bello. Thank you very much. I want to first apologize for coming late. It's only the governor that I think has 7 lives and they can do 4 things at the same time. I was waving at you at the other hall there, and I was telling you that I'm with you in spirit. I'm happy that you all can still bear with me and still wait a bit, for me to join you. In similar vein, I acknowledge the special advisor to Mr. Governor, Mr. Joe Ibokwe, special advisor to the Ogun State Governor on lands. He was one of us before. He's one of our loanees to Ogun State. Pastor Aino Ladele Salami. His Excellency, the Royal Dutch Consulate to Nigeria, Mr. Per Christensen, body of permanent secretary, especially the permanent secretaries in the Ministry of Environment and the Office of Drainage Services. We also have a permanent secretary from Ogun State, Mr. Adewale Adetayo. Thank you very much. The main initiator of this initiative, and the executive secretary for the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission. She's actually a very hardworking lady, and I think she deserves a round of applause. Mrs. Funke Adepoju. There are a few people that they just walk behind the scene, right? They don't have to be on your face. But I get to know. So we'll just continue to do it. Our guest speaker, Mr. Christopher Gatson, who is the chairman of Global Leaders. Our GSC members that are here, Baba Utumbaku, Dr. Abayo Mifini, Chief Henry Ajomale, our very revered, distinguished Nigerians and Lagosians that are here. My big auntie, former minister, Chief Mrs. Nike Akonde. Thank you all very much again, ma. Ever looking ageless and graceful. Acknowledge Mr. William Mahanwe from UML, Uganda. Acknowledge Mr. Mawembe. Acknowledge Mr. Fabiano Alvarado and Mr. Kelvin Chitumbu. I'm sure I've not mispronounced any of your names. I want to also acknowledge other heads of government agencies that are here, distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to also be here this day to acknowledge what you've started since yesterday, the 3rd edition of the Lagos International Water Conference. There's a need for us to have a convergence on water sector experts to discuss topical issues under the theme Unlocking Investment and Sustainable Access to Clean Water and Sanitation Services, the regulatory imperative. I imagine there have been discussions and discussions on this since yesterday, and I can assure you and I can tell you that this topic is apt is not overemphasized. When you need to unlock all of these things, you need to look at it from the regulatory perspective. And I'm sure all of the experts will have been doing justice to that. The Lagos State government, under my leadership, is committed to achieving the H pillar of our team's agenda, which is health and environment. And water comes under the environment pillar. We're guided by various policies and frameworks, including our Sustainable Development Goals, the Vision 2030, which targets and encapsulates the federal government's National Action Plan for the revitalization of the Nigerian water supply, sanitation, and hygiene, which is called the WASH program. The Lagos State WASH policy, amongst others. Distinguished guests, water, I'm sure you know, is critical, not just for sustenance of human life, but also for sustainable development. It is essential for all kinds of economic activity, such as agriculture, that is very, very, very critical, energy production, mining and mineral resources, manufacturing, and so on. Ensuring access to a safe and clean water has vital outcomes for our healthcare and our eventual, and even our education. When one considers the number of children who have to miss school in many African countries and communities because they do not have, access to water, to clean water, or even to bathing water for them to be able to access their institution. In Lagos State, we are committed to saving and protecting our water resources, as well as making clean water accessible and affordable for Lagosians. We're doing this by ensuring the following: that will provide relevant policies, a legal and regulatory framework, and an institutional one that strengthen, our practices and our procedures in the water sector. Believe that water tariffs are cost reflective with appropriate low-income household strategies. We also feel that environmental concerns are addressed to minimize pollution of our water resources through effective regulation of industrial discharge, reform of environmentally harmful agricultural practices, wastewater management, etc. We're also looking at information dissemination and promotion of water-saving practices and technologies by water users that are always enhanced. We're using our funding for investment in critical WASH infrastructure, and I want to assure you that that is ongoing. And also, WASH sector governance is improved through coordinated stakeholder engagement and cooperation at all levels. I believe that the central element in this conversation is, of course, the discussion around financing and investment, as demonstrated even in the team. One of the critical questions that I'm convinced agitates the mind of many is whether there is business case for investment in Lagos State water sector. I stand here and tell you very, very resoundingly, it's a yes, for various reasons, including the fact that Lagos is a commercial hub of our country with a population that is inching closer to 25 million and is located by the Atlantic coast, with close to a quarter of our landmass underwater, including a lagoon, which the city makes its name from. All of this represent a significant investment rationale and potential. We need to make clean and safe water available for our teeming population, and to ensure that even as the population grows, the strategies in place to ensure conservation is long-term. Let me say this, that I know how important water is, and I can feel it every day. I know how critical this is, but how God has created Lagos even make it more so. Lagos is surrounded by water, and it's always a challenging thing that even whilst we drive and we live around water, we don't have potable drinking water in every household in our country, in our state right now. There's been a lot of efforts. There's been a lot of investment, and the investment is still ongoing. I will not pretend that we do not have challenge. Currently, we're at the final stage at completing the second Adion water scheme. This will be the second largest water infrastructure in the state. The last one was built way back in 1974-75, which was where the Adion 1 and Akute were built. We inherited that infrastructure, and we had committed more money to it right now. We are at an advanced stage, right? I would say that there's been a bit of a hiccup, right? But we're committed. We're committed to completing Adion 2 to the glory of God, and it will be to the eventual benefit of all Lagosians. We're not only stopping at that. Just even on Monday, I was asking the Commissioner for Environment and the Commissioner for Energy, who are working together, on how do we need to do the revitalization and the extensive rehabilitation of the major Adion 1 and the Akute. So you can imagine this infrastructure that has been built almost 50 years ago, over 40 years ago, right? And the amount and the level of turnaround that we need to do, to this big water infrastructure. As we speak currently, we're dredging Ogun River, which is where we have the major raw water intake into the Akute heads, that takes us to the Akute and the Iju and the Adion water. Akute is just an intake. Akute is just an intake. The water plants, the water infrastructure and Iju and Adion. And I also want to commend and thank Ogun State government for partnering with us to give us the right of way, for us to be able to have and lay the pipe, for the intake of the Adion 2 that we're doing. I think Ogun State deserves a round of applause, though they charge us money for it. So you can see that there are some major concerted efforts to do that, right? We also have all of the various mini water works, right, dotted all around the state. And there's been several conversations around the viability, and the need, how much investment can you still put, into this. Records and studies have shown that it's those big head, water stations that indeed are the ones that we need to make larger investment of, because they are long lasting and they're more, enduring. But we're still looking at it to see how we can also revamp some of the mini water works, that we have all around. We've also tried to finish up our work at Itoikosi. Am I right? Ishasi. Yes, that's a 4 million MGD, million gallon per day. And I think that the contractor is also at advanced stage. So my take is that, fine, we're not there yet, but it's not something that we have lost sight of. We're on the trajectory to ensure that we can make this available. And water is also not an easy investment. Water is like you are generating power from it starts from generation to transmission to distribution before you have to go the whole all. Like I just mentioned, we're dredging, Ogun River, which is where you can take the fresh raw water. From there, you have to do a lot of, infrastructure to now be able to transmit, before it gets, to the household. And we've had a lot of conversation around the management of the Lagos State Water Corporation. I'm sure some of them are here, right? And we're continuing to reappraise and re-engage ourselves, and I will say that even when some of those difficult decisions, around, the revamping of that office and that agency, you just bear with us that the whole intention is that we want to create an ecosystem that is sustainable and can also stay, far longer after we have left, this place. So for me, investment in water is a way to go. It's a poor intervention. Government needs to play its own part, but each and every one of us see it as, as an essential component of livelihood, right? We understand that, but at some point in time, we all need to meet ourselves midway, to be able to make it, sustainable, in a long time basis. So for us in Lagos, we acknowledge that financing for water sector has been a challenge. And like I said, according to the World Bank study of 2015, bridging the financing gap of Lagos, of Nigeria's wash sector, will require an estimated $1.3 billion investment per year over the next 10 years. with the state-owned water utilities requiring about $600 million on an annual investment. So these are not small amounts of money, but these are things that the state on its own have been carrying on its balance sheet. So some of your investors and some of the regulators here, we all need to come together and see how we can raise, long-term money to be able to actualize this initiative. Currently, most of the financing for water and sanitation comes from public budget and donor financing. Hence, this call for action to the private sector to explore the myriad of opportunity that are bound in the water sector and sanitation services subsector in Lagos to deliver the value that is required to make the needed commercial gains. I must at this junction acknowledge the support we have received so far from development partners such as Water Aid and United States International Development Agency, USAID, which is partnering with us on the $50 million Lagos Urban Wash program, which is aimed at improving infrastructure and accountability. It's also aimed at strengthening regulatory oversight of the Lagos Water Regulatory Commission and to further strengthen the financial and technical capability of the Lagos water utilities and private sector vendors. So it's a long line of, pockets of things that you need to take. But more is needed, and especially from the commercial players in the private sector. With the disruption in the water sector across the globe, occasioned by intensifying climate change, and more recently, the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm of a strong conviction that this is indeed a time to unlock a new wave of investment opportunity in the wash sector. Our goal as a government in this regard is primarily to deliver portable and to provide safe managed sanitation services to all Lagosians. We have the political will and a groundswell of support from critical stakeholders like yourselves here, and welcome you to open up the lines of engagement and conversation with us. We want to say one more time that in our 2052 development plan agenda, water will feature prominently there. It's a 30-year development plan that will be launching later in the year. Water plays a prominent line there. And it's the famous fella that has said, water, get enemy, so we don't have any choice. We have to continue to ensure that water plays a prominent role. I'm very optimistic that actionable action will come out, will emerge from this conference, which will indeed lead us to actualization of our collective vision for the Lagos State water sector. On these notes, I want to welcome you again. I want to thank you for participating, and I'm believing that the outcomes of this deliberation will be on my table very soon. Thank you very much for this.
Can we put our hands together again for Mr. Governor? Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Sir, we are aware of your very tight and busy schedule, and we also appreciate the fact that out of the very tight schedule, you chose to be here. Me, Mr. Governor, for group photograph. We'll want to have members of the front row join Mr. Governor. Mr. Governor, the only reason why I will ask you to go upstairs is because of Baba. I've been begging him for 2 days to please come up stage. Please, can we have our distinguished guests, our dignitaries, join Mr. Governor to take a group photograph. After this, we'll have our speakers. Our speakers will be taking the group photograph with Mr. Governor right after this. Can we have our speakers, please? All those who presented papers during this conference, please can you come forward? If we have some of our panelists here, we'd like the panelists to please come forward as well. Let's do this quickly. Mr. Governor's line of activities are animals today. Can we have our panelists? Our delegates from other states. Can we have water aid quickly after this? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we thank Mr. Governor for being part of today's program. We understand his line of activities, and we appreciate the fact that out of his tight schedule, he made sure that he came here to deliver his speech. Once again, we appreciate you, Mr. Governor. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for what you do for Lagos. Thank you for what you do for Lagosians. We appreciate you. Lagosians are happy to have you as their governor. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor will be taking a tour of the exhibition stand right now. So I'd like to implore all of the delegates to please remain seated. Mr. Governor will be taking a tour of the exhibition stand. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Governor takes the tour, I'd like to let you know that the conference has not ended. We have more activities lined up for today's program. Please, you may be seated.
If you want to go wash, what are you going?
I'd like to call the attention of the sets. The hotel, please, would like to set up the stage for the panel discussion. We'd like you to please set up the stage for the panel discussions. Can we have the chairs for the panel discussions, please?
If your child they grow, water can go use. If water kill your child, now what are you going to use? No. Don't be back from my way, me not do my loo. The song to the shape, oh my love me, oh. Nothing without water. The song to the shape, oh my love me, oh. Oh me, you know, water. Oh me, you know, if you fight up unless you wonder. I say water no get enemy. If you fight up unless you wonder. Oh me, you know, and they talk of black man power. And they talk of black power. I say.
Can we have a hotel help us set up the stage for the panel discussion. Can we have a hotel set up the stage for us for the panel discussion? Please, can you call the attention of it, hotel, please, to set up the stage for panel discussion? I'd like to call on all those involved in the investment cafe to please move to Australia Hall. Australia Hall, that's at Signature. All those involved, the agenda of the cafe, should please move to Australia Hall at Signature right now. I want to believe you all know where we stand. So Investment Cafe, please move now to Australia Hall at the Signature. Can we have a hotel set up the stage so we can have the panel discussion quickly before we do the breakout?
So, ladies and gentlemen, for those that have been invited, you know yourselves, you've been given special invitation to the Investment Cafe. Please, the Investment Cafe will be holding in Australia Hall, and that's Signature. Please, if you have been given an invitation for that, please let's move to Australia Hall. At the Signature is this other arm out there. Please let's move to Signature. If you've been given an invitation to be at the Investment Cafe, please move there now, while the rest remain for the rest of the proceedings here. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to announce for those involved with the cafe, please, you're to move to the Australia Hall right now. For Investment Cafe, please move to Australia Hall. That's at Signature right now. While those for Investment Cafe are moving out to Australia Hall, we will have our first panel, and we'll be talking on the improving the effectiveness and efficiency of Lagos State wash services, a paradigm shift. All those involved with Investment Cafe already know themselves. It's strictly by invitation, so they can move to Australia Hall, the Signature. The rest of us will stay here for the panel. After the panel, we'll now do the breakout. We'll do the breakout and we'll let you know where each discussion will take place. For now, we're getting set for the panel on improving the effectiveness and efficiency of Lagos State wash services, a paradigm shift. Let them be closed, yes. Okay, I'm being told that there's a little adjustment. Those for Investment Cafe are going to Lavender Hall. Lavender Hall, please. All those for Investment Cafe should meet at Lavender Hall. And I've been told that it's strictly by invitation.
Well, very distinguished participants, we will want to take our panel discussion, and that's which has to do with the sub-team on improving the effectiveness and efficiency of Lagos State Watch Services, a paradigm shift. To moderate this occasion is Mrs. Victoria Idoko Pope, convener, Wash Academia. If you're here, please let's put our hands together to appreciate Madam Victoria Idoko Pope. Thank you so very much. You're most welcome. PJ, please can you come up, sir, for a brief by Madam. It will be my honor and indeed a great pleasure. Also want to request Olorogun James Emadoye, President, Lekki Estates Residents and Stakeholders Association, to please join us for this discourse. Olorogun, sir, we crave your indulgence, sir, to have you join us. I'm to also invite Aminu Suleiman Soba, Deputy Managing Director, Kaduna Water Corporation. Oga Aminu, we want to ask you to join us. Salam alaikum, sir. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Sanu Dazua. And let me also respectfully request the honor of Engineer Mrs. Titilola Bright Oridami of the Water Supply and Sanitation Specialist. Oh, Antimi Aini. Oh, great. It's good to see you again, ma. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, Ekpelema. Thank you for coming. Town Planner Mrs. Bumi Alugmi of the Lagos State Urban Renewal Agency, Lashura. Oh, great. She was tired yesterday. I said, Ekpele, you're most welcome, ma. My town planner. It's a great honor. Erambema. And Dr. Mrs. Bola Balogun, a retired permanent secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Cooperatives in Lagos State. And presently, as we speak, she is the Managing Director, Water Chemistry and Allied Services in Lagos, Nigeria. Doc, it's a great honor to have you, ma. You're most welcome. And so the die is cast. I will be handing over the microphone to the moderator, Mrs. Victoria Idoko Pope of Convener Wash Academia. We want to thank you. And I think we have just an hour to moderate this. And I wish you a good deliberation. Yes. Please, can we have extra? Okay, you have my mic. Mic check.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicky Idoko Pope. If you want to, you can call me Victoria. I am the head of VIPCG and the convener of WASH Academia. We are going to start by, I'm going to ask each panelist to introduce themselves a little more so that we can get to know them. We have very, very, very capable people on this stage today, so you should be hearing from them. We will start from my far left.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wish to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Bola Balogun. I am a retired permanent secretary from the Lagos State Civil Service. I've transited from the public service to the private sector now. So presently, I still work in the water industry, And as I have been introduced, I am the MD of a company called Water Chemistry and Allied Services. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Aminu Suleiman Soba. I am the Deputy Managing Director of Kaduna State Water Corporation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocols. My name is Titilola Bright Widami, and I work with the Lagos Water Corporation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Madoye. I representing consumers of water as the president of the Lekki Estate Resident and Stakeholders Association. So we are consumers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bumi Alugmi. I'm a town planner and I work with the Lagos State Urban Renewal Agency. That is the arm of government in charge of informal and slum communities in Lagos State.
Okay, so thank you so much, panelists. One thing that I think we should agree on, is it morning or afternoon?
It's afternoon. I am the one who made a mistake.
Okay.
So it is afternoon. Sorry.
Okay, that the eyes have it. It is afternoon. So good afternoon again. How we are going to be approaching these discussions, we are going to be steering the discussion towards a paradigm shift. Almost everything we're going to say today, you've either heard or you know already, and we're going to be trying to move the conversation towards what are new ways of doing and new ways out of the box thinking that we can do everything that we're going to talk about today. And we will be talking about opportunities and challenges for achieving the wash service delivery. As we know, the SDG 6, universal access to wash services, we have up until 2030 to do that. And in a city like Lagos, we should be also looking at sanitation of the future, the sanitation that is driven by technology, by recycling, by extracting and reusing and extracting raw materials and commercial value out of our treated sanitation byproducts. We will also be looking at the entire gamut of the Lagos wash economy, which we know is huge, you know. So, and how can we get into the economy for commercial benefits? We will be looking finally at customers' expectations and their willingness to pay. So it's on those 4 points that we will be asking our panelists questions. One thing that I would like for the audience to be aware of is we will be asking the audience to contribute too. So we won't just be talking at you. If we get to a place where you have a burning question or a burning desire to contribute, feel free to put up your hand and we will get the mic to you. You have heard from the panelists, they have introduced themselves. So we're going to launch into the first question. So our first question goes to Dr. Mrs. Bola Balogun. You know, Lagos has a population of 25 million and it's going to keep growing. The landmass of Lagos is slightly over 3,000 square kilometers and it sits on the coastline. So, and with this, what this presents is the greatest opportunities and challenges for achieving the SDG 6, universal access to wash services by 2030. the largest of those challenges and opportunities can be found in Lagos. So, considering the current state of service delivery in Lagos, what would you say these opportunities are?
Oh, thank you very much, moderator. Let us first of all look at the current status. Let us spell out the current status of the WASH of WASH in Lagos State. In Lagos State, we know that less than 10% of the population has access to potable water. We know that there is open defecation. We were given the statistics today that about 2 million people defecate openly every day in Lagos State. In Lagos State, we know that we don't have a WASH policy. Therefore, the regulation is not where it should be. And then you did mention that Lagos is surrounded by water. One of the issues we have in Lagos is the fact that the aquifer is highly polluted. It's polluted with fecal matter, it's polluted with chemicals, it's polluted with petrochemicals. And I'm very glad that I have a co-panelist here that's from Lekki. I live on the Lekki axis as well. Now, the problem on the Lekki axis is that even if you drill a borehole today, maybe by next year or so, whether it's a shallow borehole or a deep borehole, it will go saline. And on that axis is the fastest growing axis in Lagos State. And you have the upcoming middle class living there as well, and they care about their standard of living. You understand? So, and you have a lot of estates there, and all these estates boast of water treatment plants. But within a short time, the borehole goes saline. So the opportunity here is that there is an opportunity for people in the reverse osmosis sector to thrive. One of such is myself. Because a lot of these estates, they get tired, they get fed up. And then, you go there, they call you to check on the water quality, and you say, well, the borehole has gone saline. What I can do for you now is to fit you a reverse osmosis plant, which definitely will give you 100% potable water. So that's the way we are doing things differently on that axis. And we are improving quality of life as well. And that is the opportunity, because it's a business opportunity for anybody in that industry. Other opportunities exist in the climate that we're in, with the situation we're in Lagos, for the construction people who are in that industry to construct sewage treatment plants for such estates. Apart from sewage treatment plants, water treatment plants for big estates as well. Also, in Lagos State, we were told that almost all of us depend on borehole water. And because of that, there is a thriving packaged water industry. Even if you dig a borehole, even if you have a water treatment plant in your house, most of the time you just use that water for sanitary means or domestic cleaning and washing clothes, but you don't drink it. So there is a thriving industry in the packaged the business, packaged water business. Those are the few points I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Balogun. So, Mrs. Bright, I am going to be asking you. The question I'm asking you actually follows everything she has spoken about, and then probably some that she hasn't. In your opinion, what would you say could hinder the realization of success stories? Looking at the opportunities that she's spoken about, looking at what you know. I know you know Lagos well. So,
Good afternoon once more, and thank you for the opportunity. Dr. Mrs. Balogun had said so much about the opportunities within Lagos, and I would like to add, before I see some of the challenges, across the three value chain of the water production, which is the production itself, that is the production of water, the distribution, and the collection. There is a lot of opportunity. First of all, when you speak about Lagos, you're actually speaking about the water utilities in Nigeria, because we have similar challenges. Most of these utilities have obsolete equipment, but in other climes, they have utilities as old as ours, which are still functional. So there is an opportunity to keep these equipments running in the manufacturing of spare parts. If you want to rehabilitate treatment plants today, you have an average wait time of procurement of not less than 6 weeks, sometimes even more. You have to first of all get across to the manufacturers, because these are not off-the-shelf equipment they have to manufacture, and then it takes nothing less than 6 weeks to bring them to Nigeria. Sometimes you lose months. There is an opportunity to get them here to Nigeria. It is a huge market. We have challenges in power, which is across all the water sector in Nigeria. This is a huge opportunity for investors. We need to make sustainable power available for water supply. We have several green technologies out here. We have windmills, we have water turbines, we have solar. It is an opportunity. Also, if I go to the distribution, we have high non-revenue water across all utilities in Nigeria. I doubt if there's any utility with less than 60% non-revenue water. It is an opportunity. We need to innovate. We need to think without the box, not outside the box now. We need to think outside the box. We need to look for local solutions around non-revenue water. The last time I was in Uganda, I was quite impressed. Now they do the repairs of meters themselves. And the MD told me that they are already thinking of manufacturing meters. We have universities. We need to invest in our research and development. We know that the way to tackle non-revenue water, one way is manufacturing, getting meters that are suitable for our tropical environment. We need to think solutions within us and not without us. And also, in terms of collection, we have seen what is being done with the fintech. It can be replicated in the water industries. If we make it easy for customers to make their payments in the comfort of their homes, a lot of these challenges. If we know where all our customers are located and we can build them remotely and we can give them reminders remotely, they will solve a lot of problems. And one other thing is in between 2007 and 2015, Governor Fashola of Lagos did something, and that was the Security Trust Fund, which was a success in Lagos. Why can't we replicate that? If Lagos, we say we have a population of 14 million, and we say contribute only 1 naira every day, that will come to about 14 million a day. By the time we multiply that in a year, it's over 5 billion, which is a lot of money. It will go a lot way in researches, in tackling some of the problems. And going now to what is hindering, what can keep it from happening? First thing, I always say, we need a political champion who will champion this sector. It is key, whether we like it or not. The civil servants are there, the administrators are there, but we depend largely on this political champion. If we have a political champion, it will happen. Two, we need the proper institutional and regulatory framework. It is very, very important. For any investor to come into any place to invest, he wants to see return on investments. Accountability. If we set up a trust fund, people want to see that their money is being spent properly. They want to see that what we want this to do with this money, they want to see this water flowing in their taps. So these are things we need to tackle. And the other thing is, if, for example, you want to encourage the manufacturer, aside making the regulations, we can look at areas within tax relief. We want to create the enabling environment. We could look at places like tax relief. So these are ways we could make sure that we tackle some of these challenges. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Both of you have mentioned something that we must talk about, the customer. But before we get to the customer, so that you'll be doing press ups and getting ready to talk from the customer perspective, I want to ask Alhaji Soba. You know, Kaduna State Water is very similar to the Lagos situation in that they are the two oldest states in the country that have had to supply water to their environment, to their customers for a while. And recently, Kaduna has undergone massive revamping of their infrastructure. They've been undergoing reforms for more than a decade. They were in urban 1. Yeah. So, and now, finally, they are sort of like semi-free of government interventions. So, Kaduna now is self-sustaining. They pay their own salaries. I don't think you guys cover all of O&M yet. You're working on it, Abby. And then, so now what I would like to hear from you is, how are you guys tackling non-revenue water? Because that's such a huge drain on the revenue.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. In Kaduna State, what we did, first of all, that is something that one has to put in his own mind. That is doing what you can with what you have. Let's assume, as which one of the panelists said, that Lagos State is just supplying 10% of the water according to what it is being demanded. All right, if Lagos State can supply that 10%, that is the capacity, then from there, they can even think of, one, producing non-revenue water in the areas where they are getting water 247. That non-revenue water, there are physical and there are non-physical, and even there are illegals among them. So those ones, you can go on mass mending of leakages here and there. If you go on that one, I think it can also reduce the water that is being wasted. It can go and develop the pressure so that another customer can have it. 2, we can even use a smart sensors as a pilot scheme. That smart sensors can even detect the one that are not even there. So that you can just go and do it. That one, it will just, smart sensor will just indicate where leakages are there, even they are not visible, so that you can just mend it. 3, the illegal ones. Same that one, we have embarked that one. Each and every director, when we goes to a particular SBU, then everybody will be given to a particular round. round is a number of customers between 1 to 100 or 120. So you'll be given that to check operation, show your bill. If you embark on that one, definitely I know that that operation show your bill would shows that there are those that are having illegal. Could you believe in my own area we have found in one SBU we found more than 3,000 customers are taking water free. So if such type of things is there, while we have marketers, we have supervisors, and then we have even zonal supervisor and everything. But with all this, we have this. So on making this, then you are making there so that when you just have that, definitely the water will move and then more customer base will be improved there. So that is what I do till when you ask another question. Or should I continue? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That I hope Lagos Water is taking notes. Thank you so much. And now, Oga, Mr. President of Lekki Estates residents, we are hanging the color of all our customers on you. There's water everywhere, but treated water is not free. Sanitation services are essential for our health, but even that is not free. And though the government is committed to providing wash services, the government cannot shoulder the financial responsibilities alone. And so the question that I have to ask you is, what kind of subsidies are our customers expecting of these wash services? What do you guys consider reasonable subsidies?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon once again. I actually wouldn't have been thinking of coming from the direction of subsidy. First of all, the wash service is not available in our area. The whole of Lekki down, we do not have any public water supply that is functioning, working at the moment. I think the last time
If we get the private sector involved and the government stretches itself really hard and you start to get services,
we will pay.
So you are willing to pay everything 100%?
Because at the moment, Madam was talking about reverse osmosis. It's very expensive, whichever way you like, you look at it. What we expect is for government to say to a household, it will be possible to provide water consumption to a household at what rate in a day. Then we will be able to look at what is going to cost. Because at the moment, whether you like it or not, we are still spending a lot of money from all the analysis you have seen to provide potable water to the homes. And remember, when we are talking about water now, we are not only talking about water, because when you have potable water, you are able to also reduce sickness, cholera, and a lot of other things. So Lekki down, we expect that as government is approving building plans and all that, our town planner is here, there ought to be a provision of where each property that is being constructed will get water from. Right. Now, payment is a different issue, and there is technology these days. You can put in meters in the houses and people will pay. After all, when you talk about power before, we thought that it was difficult for people to pay. But the moment prepaid meter was installed, you find out that it's either you pay or you have no light. And you find out that people now start reducing their consumption. So the same thing will happen with water. Before, when you have somebody leaving air conditioner on and you go to work, if you are on prepaid meter, you will not do so. Before you have somebody, you go into the bathroom to brush your mouth and you open the tap down, isn't it? If you are on prepaid meter using water, what you will do is to fetch your water in a glass. I don't know if you understand. So everything, I don't think that ability to pay is the issue. It is for government to provide the infrastructure. The last time I saw public water was when I was in Ogudu. I moved from Ogudu 2003. Throughout the 11 years I live in Ogudu, we were using public water. And you cannot compare at all. That is far, far better life than Lekki right now, because then you are sure that when you open your tap, even though I was on the third floor, without a machine to get the water to third floor, water was getting to third floor. But here in Lekki, you are in the estate, you keep buying chemical to process the water because the water from this VI dam is brownish and is actually has odor as well. So you have to process, you have to buy chemical, you have to do a lot of things to be able to get water for consumption. And in most cases, even that water is just for maybe not for drinking. So it's not that potable. So good enough that government now have this regulatory commission. You need to come out, work, and see how to supply water to Lagos. We say Lagos is a mega city. Yes, it is, because Lagos State is bigger than about 175 countries in the world. The population of Lagos is bigger than about 175 countries. And the population of Lekki is bigger than about 99 countries in the world. So it's a major task for Lagos to be able to do this. Ability to pay will not be a problem. Once the service is provided, you find out that people will get used to the culture of payment. One thing we must preach is to stop thinking that water, from all the lecture we have seen, that is a social responsibility that government, we have to change that thinking that water is actually an economic matter that people can trade in just the same way you trade in AGO, PMS and all that. And then we should look at it that way, and you find out that people, we continue to change the culture of what we have at the moment, that water is available anywhere, but it's not potable. Thank you.
Thank you. So we heard him, right? Give us services and we will pay. Yes. Okay. And we are going to our town planner here, Mrs. Bumi. You know, the universal access to water services that the SDG 6 is hinged on. And you know the current sanitation value chain in Lagos. It's not only in Lagos, but it's everywhere. The collection, transportation, treatment, recycling, and safe disposal of human waste, wastewater, protection, stormwater, and garbage. So looking at this value chain, where should we start? Where do you think the focus should be to achieve a sanitation of the future for Lagos, where we are providing water, we are recycling, we are collecting hygienically, we are turning our human waste into materials that we can sell, like manure and other, I watched one program on TV where one city was even using its feces to generate power, and all of that. That is the sanitation of the future. Where should Lagos start?
Thank you very much. I'll take my answer from the governor's speech. He said in his speech, water is a proper intervention. And I will say that our focus for the sanitation of the future, for whatever we want to do to accelerate sanitation delivery, should actually start from the underserved, the unserved communities. and this include the informal and the slum communities. We know and we're already aware of the population of these areas. So I would put it forward to us here that these communities are actually ready to pay for services. You will be surprised that they earn money, they're involved in informal activities, and so they earn money almost daily, while some of us have to depend, we have to wait for 30 days to make our pay. They earn money daily and they take care of their businesses and affairs daily. So if water and this wash infrastructure is made available to them, I am sure they're going to pay. They're willing to pay for these services. It is just for us to bring it down to them. We heard from several lectures yesterday that we need to adapt and localize our strategies. In whatever delivery, the value chain is quite long, but we need to adapt them and localize them to each community. Someone said at the Women in Focus yesterday, at the panel discussion yesterday, it was said that a ball was dug for a particular community, which was very close to them, but the women were not even aware. They were used to trekking long distances to their source or to their sources. They were not aware of that. Once we provide services like that in the communities, we have to carry them along. The reason why they didn't know about that was probably because they did not know about it. And so for these services, we have to domicile them and we make them co-owners. We involve them in the production, in the creation, so that they will own the services. When we start with them at that stage, at the local stage, after all, we also heard yesterday that WASH is operative at the national level in Nigeria, but we also know that things don't happen in the air. We have to bring it down to the people. And this happens at the local level. So there's a need to involve them to co-own this infrastructure in whatever form we bring them. You would see that if you go out there, you will find public toilets in the markets and they charge a stipend for the use. It is because they know that, okay, this infrastructure or this facility has been provided for us, but we need to sustain it. And in order to do this, they need money and people will gladly pay. I've been to the market before where I had to use the bathroom. I was asked to pay and I gladly paid. If I walked in here to a hotel and I was asked to pay, I would wonder why I should pay for the use of the bathroom, because I would feel, oh, okay, government should have done this, or the owners of this place should have provided it for us for free. So I would still maintain that we should start our intervention from the underserved and the poor communities, especially in Lagos State. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for the audience. And we know, all of us here know that there's a growing circular wash economy, especially around human waste. You know, the toilet board said human waste is a reliable, sustainable, and growing source of valuable and increasingly scarce resources. Businesses should not be joining the sanitation economy as a social responsibility anymore, but be looking at this as a real business endeavor where you can actually make money and set up a sustainable business. We know that by businesses joining like that, it will help to close the gaps in terms of access and consistency of services. What do you think the Lagos State government should do to encourage businesses to join the circular wash economy? Anybody in the audience? What do we think the Lagos State government to do to join businesses to set up in Lagos in the wash economy?
Prof, are you raising your hand, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. When you talk about the circular economy, we are talking about referring back from that original source, that the waste, we want to make use of it if possible. So we don't just throw it away. But in the wash in particular, you enter your toilet, you enter your bedroom. When my brother came up in the morning, something moon, he was telling us how you can dislodge, how you can make use of the sludge, and so on. What Lagos state government should do, or any state, any government, even at local government, if you make it a business whereby people could actually take some of these, what we call so-called waste, that's when you come about circular economy itself, and turn it to resources, then you can empower people. Let there be policy, let there be law that guides it. If you go back even to ordinary solid waste, you will see the wheelbarrow people. Some of them are picking only iron, some are picking only plastic. For what? They pick it together for somebody else to buy, for them to go and recycle, reuse, or upscale it somewhere. So in water or in wash in particular, particularly from water treatments, wastewater treatment, all those sludge we have from your septic tank can be commercialized. And when people are empowered, when there are policy, when there are rules that guide such operation, you could have NGO, you could have groups. Like my sister did mention, once you have co-creation, co-developing, what we call adaptive systemic approach to what we are doing. We are talking here now, we are the communities. Big men talking to big men. Politicians talk to the faculty member of the university. The thing died down there, become published in the book. We need to engage stakeholders. We need to engage the community. We need to actually help our children by letting them know from now. Let's go to a larger Bariga environment. You will see there will be business opportunity that those people who actually be interested in doing. Those are actually my few points at this hour. God bless you, ma.
Thank you so much. There's another hand
sir, please,
up.
can I honor that larger, please? Sir, Bikoniovo, I'll come back, sir.
Yeah, there's a hand up on the other end.
Ma, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. The question, what can Lagos State government do to make the sanitation value chain attractive to investors? That's how I put it. First and foremost, let's look at the sludge my prof is talking about. Before it even gets to sludge, what happens to contained wastewater from the premises before it gets into the environment? There is a lot of business opportunities in that chain, from your containment in your various compounds to the environment. What is happening in Lagos? Sludge, fecal sludge is being discharged into open drains. Why it is so? The ripple effect on our health, the cost cannot be overemphasized. The cost of treating all these fecal sludge associated illnesses. Why can't we have, Lagos State first should get the policy in place, the legal framework to make investors be interested in feasible, clear businesses. Cheap business is good business. Thank you.
We'll take one more and then we should be wrapping up.
Oh, he did. I only excuse that I respect the woman.
I think a lot of advocacy is needed. If you have an agency in Lagos that deals with small and medium enterprises, they should work with the regulatory commission to advise people on the investment opportunities in WASH. The WASH is the torchlight of the regulator is the torchlight of WASH, pointing out to where people can put in money. Because financial institutions now, if you go to a bank, they are not likely to tell you to identify one of the areas where you can invest your money. But if your small and medium scale enterprises agency is working with your regulatory commission, they will be able to advise people, put your money in this place and you get back your investment. I think that's what we should do.
If there's a young man over, there's one Oga at that end. It's in the pale blue. Yeah. Question.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a little addition to all that have been said so far. Yes, first of all, I think I want to agree with the stakeholder for Lekki residents there that yes, the willingness to pay for service is there if only services will be available. And so what we should focus on is to make service available. However, we need to also be cautious of the fact that water is not just an economic good, it is also a social good and it is also an environmental good. So if we must be inclusive of the three components of water in terms of the economic of it, we need to be conscious of the social aspect of water as well. Otherwise, we will be pricing some people out of service. There are areas, there are some people that no matter how much you sell water, they cannot afford. Therefore, it brings in the issue of cross subsidy. Am I aware that in some estates in Lagos, they paid like 3 times higher than the electricity rates in order for them to be sure of having regular power supply? The same can be applicable, in the water sector as well, so that the extra you make from, the low density areas, you can use to subsidize in the high density areas so that they would not be priced out of the service. We also need to take note of the environment. One thing that is very common these days is borehole drilling is almost from house to house, and that is something that should be discouraged. It has a lot of environmental implication. Part of it, we see the proliferation of the aquifers as a result of having too many boreholes, around. Therefore, it's possible that a law be made that housing estates that are coming up should have a decentralized wastewater system within them, so that all your wastewater in that estate is going to a central place, and from there it can be evacuated to a treatment plant. We saw the example of a good wastewater treatment plant earlier this morning. Lagos can have one or two or three, of such in different locations, so that from each estate, vacuum trucks, can go there, evacuate, and take to the treatment plant. Then in the slum areas, there is an approach that we call the citywide inclusive sanitation. Those are areas that vacuum trucks cannot get to. Those are areas that even keke, it's difficult for keke to go to those places. So what do you do? And of course, they must, defecate. There must be that waste generated from such areas. So that's citywide inclusive approach, like the containerized system that we saw Timeye presented to us, is such things that we can introduce there. So from there, they can use their keke to evacuate this waste to the treatment plant, and then you'll be. So it's opening up, the economy so that people can get engaged in that service. Finally, let me just also say that it seems a lot of work or function is being placed on the regulatory commission. And as a result of that, I think we are taking away so many other functions of some other agencies. For example, the ministry is the coordinator of the sector. The ministry is supposed to have its own plan, of how they take care of water service and how they take care of sanitation services. The regulator is only to regulate the activities of those that are providing the services and to see that they provide services to standard and to the best quality. But in terms of initiating the plan of how Lagos should be sanitized, I think it is the work of the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources to do that. Take, for example, having public toilets all over Lagos, which is one thing that is missing. Who should take responsibility for that? Who should draw up the framework of how we should have public services, sanitation facilities across Lagos State? It's the Ministry of Environment. Such plans are not there. Where are the toilet designs for public services? Where are the laws that compel those that offer public services, parks and gardens, hotels, filling stations, all of them, to have conveniences within their premises and make it available to people to access? If we come up with all of this framework and these plans, then I think issues of open defecation will reduce in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we need to be wrapping up now because we used up all our time. First of all, I want to say that the panelists have done well, and even the audience has even done so much better. So thank you for all your contributions. We have heard of different ways that we can tackle sanitation and water services within the state. We have heard new ways that we can approach the service delivery. We have heard emphasis on problem solving in some areas that have been persistent. We have had assurances from the customer base that they're willing to pay if we give them the services the way they should have it. And, and so much more, so we know that the future is here. Lagos is the future of Nigeria. So as Lagos goes, so does the rest of Nigeria. So hopefully Lagos will take the opportunity that is provided by LIWAC 2022 and all the issues that have been raised. And then when we come back here this time next year or earlier, that we will see a significant improvement as a result of a lot of the information that is shared in the last 2 days. Thank you, Dr. Balogun. Thank you, Mrs. Bright. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bumi. Thank you, President James. And thank you, Alaji Soba. My name is Vicky. Thank you, Lilwak, and thank you, Mrs. Balogun, and Dr. Funke for letting us do this. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Amazing. Indeed, amazing. Amazing. A very good presentation, good discourse, robust, rich, and of course, very detailed, insightful with views that will redirect and, of course, reorder the plans. We want to thank you so very much, the moderator, and of course the panel of discussions. Please, can we take the photographs like we did yesterday here, ma? Yes, please. Just for the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so very much. So it's time for tea break. We place ma. Doc, thank you very much. So it's time for tea break. Okay. No, Emma Boma.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going for tea break, and that will be for just 30 minutes. Now, right after that, we'll do the breakout. Please, I'd like you to know where you're going for the breakout. For breakout 1, where Ikemefuna Anucho Chauka, Director of Power Grid Consulting, will be moderating. You will all be moving to Antarctica Hall. That's for breakout 1. Breakout 2 is Australia Hall. That's a signature. And breakout 2, that's where Dr. Nicholas Igwe will be coordinating. So right after 30 minutes time, we'll announce that everyone should move to their breakout room. And that will only last for 1 hour, and then we converge back for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.